Check. Welcome to LA Press Box, everybody. We're glad you're with us as the Dodgers and Tigers wrap up their 3-game weekend series this morning from Comerica Park. Whether you're blacked out, away from a television, following along on the road, or simply looking for a deeper way to experience Dodgers baseball, or Tigers baseball for that matter, LA Press Box is your live game companion. Command Center will handle the live numbers while we focus on recent team performance, today's pitching matchup, and developments throughout the game. And love to hear from you all in the chat as we get off and running. After 2 games decided by exactly 1 run, this series comes down to today. Los Angeles won Friday's opener 2-1 behind Tarek Skubal in his return to Comerica Park, and Detroit answered yesterday with a 2-1 walk-off victory when Kevin McGonigal singled home the winning run over Teoscar Hernandez's head in the bottom of the 9th. That means the Dodgers have now played 5 consecutive 1-run games. 3 losses in Atlanta, followed by a 1-run win and a 1-run loss here in Detroit. Today they hand the baseball to Tyler Glasnow, making only his 2nd major league start since returning from a lengthy stint on the injured list. Detroit counters with veteran left-hander Framber Valdez, and he, being Glasnow, is listed at 3-0, as you can see over here in the pregame command center. And he has a 3.02 ERA, a whip of only 0.87. Puts him in the top 30 in the league, as you can see at number 28. Excuse me, he has 56 strikeouts to only 13 walks. And it'll be interesting to see how he continues to respond after returning to the Dodgers. Because, of course, the Dodgers have been getting better and better and more solid in their starting rotation, and they're hoping that he's a big part of it. But it is an important step for Tyler. He's now missed more than 3 months, and despite the long layoff, there were several encouraging signs recently. Velocity was there, strikeouts were there, and perhaps most importantly, the command was there. He didn't walk a batter in his return. For a pitcher whose stuff has never been the question, that might have been the most encouraging development of all. So we'll see, excuse me, also, the defense backs him up. First base, as usual, will be Freddie Freeman. Second base will be Tommy Edman. Mookie Betts at short. Miguel Rojas finally getting a start. Thank you. At third base, although I'd probably prefer to put Edman in the outfield and have Max Muncy in the lineup, although Muncy has struggled from the plate the last couple of days. Teoscar Hernandez in left, and then Kike Hernandez in center, so they sit the recently acquired, or pulled up, I should say, minor leaguer Alec Thomas. Kike's done a nice job being inserted as a pinch hitter and then playing the rest of the game the last 2 days, so why not start him? I'm all for that. And then Kyle Tucker in right field. You can see that Tyler and the defense behind him is going to have, a challenge. They have batters that are disciplined, although they don't have, great run production. They're kind of middle of the pack, maybe just a little bit low. Ben Rortvedt will be behind the plate, helping Tyler navigate this batting order. And let's take a look. So starting off is Gleyber Torres at second base with a .261 average. Then Colt Keith, who actually had a pinch hit opportunity yesterday. He'll be in second, first base. McGonigal at third, and then the cleanup will be Dylan Dingler as the catcher. In the fifth spot will be Brett Callahan. Sixth, Zach McKinstry, who also gets inserted into the starting lineup after having a pinch or late insertion in the game yesterday. In the seventh spot will be Lee, the DH, who flied out foul 3 times yesterday to Freddie Freeman. at first. It's like seeing a unicorn almost. Then in the 8th spot, Max Clark in center field, and then Javier Baez at shortstop. As we said before, Framber Valdez will get the start for the Detroit Tigers. He's got an 8-9 record. His whip is 1.41. Thrown 111 strikeouts, but he's also given up 56 walks. You can see the defense that we just named that'll be backing him up, and then the Dodgers batting order and offensive production, which really is the conversation right now. The last several games, they have been meager. And yesterday was probably as meager as they've been, at least in recent memory for this season. Shohei Ohtani did not look good at the plate. And in fact, because of that, he has slipped below gold status, if you will, and his average is at 283. Tommy Edman at second base is batting 266. Mookie's in the 3rd spot at 240. Freddie Freeman, consistent, getting hits, although he hasn't had a home run in, I think, 45 games now, the longest stretch of his career. But he does have a 301 average. Teoscar Hernandez slots up to the 5th spot. I don't know why, because he does not look good at the plate right now. His average is 245, and you can see, even though he missed some time earlier this season because of a hamstring injury, his home run total is quite low for him. They expect him to have power, to have, be able to slug, and he's not really showing that, not with any consistent basis. Miguel Rojas, who I've been lobbying for, as you can see, has an average of 276. There's only 2 people on the entire Dodgers roster that have a higher batting average. Plus, Rojas is really good in the clutch. He's proven that time and time again. Proved it in the World Series last year, at crucial time, and he's also proven it when he's had pinch hit opportunities this year. Kyle Tucker will be in the 7th spot, still right at 230. He's pretty much been there for weeks and weeks. Better on the road at the plate than he is at home. And then Kike Hernandez is in the 8th spot, followed by the catcher Rourke Vet, batting only 174. Good news is that Will Smith is reportedly still on the mend and right now projected to rejoin the Dodgers behind the plate before the playoffs. So big challenge today, especially for the Dodgers offense. It doesn't really matter who the pitcher is. They can't waste starts like they did yesterday with Blake Snell. Blake Snell, he threw 10 strikeouts in 5 innings, and the Dodgers still lost. Needless to say, we've mentioned many times that if you're going to be a winning team on a consistent basis, you need to be averaging 5 runs or more in terms of production on a regular basis. So the Dodgers are not doing that, and all that matters is where you are right now. So we'll see what happens today. But things have flipped for the Dodgers. In the first half of the season, their trademark was really good run production around the 6th and the 7th inning in particular. And their starting rotation was struggling. Well, now it's kind of flipped. So we'll see how they respond to the latest challenge before this series is in the past and they move on to the next challenge. But as of now, as you can see, we've got about 3.5 minutes until the scheduled first pitch. And so we're going to give this poll question again from yesterday because it was really a close call. So put a 1 in the chat if you think the Dodgers come back today. I'm going to go for that. Number 2, if you think the Dodgers hold on for a victory after getting an early lead. 3, if it goes to extra innings. Let me zero this out, by the way. This is yesterday's votes total. And then number 4 in the chat, if you think the Tigers are going to win. And Tiger fans, you are welcome. Even though this is an LA sports fan base and we're a new channel, one of the reasons we started up the channel is we wanted to give opponents a place to be able to experience the game, especially if you have trouble when your team is playing at home for any one of a number of reasons. Next weekend, we're going to expand to football. UCLA football has their first game next weekend. But of course, the football season is underway now when it comes to college. Yesterday's game for USC was in blazing heat and very sparsely populated in Los Angeles in the Coliseum. We will, of course, be covering the Rams and the Chargers as well, but that's for another day. This is the time, though, where shortly before the first pitch, we encourage you to go ahead and get settled in, get your favorite drink and a snack, and we will return shortly. Hey, everybody. Just want you to know I'm still here. There is a rain delay, and the reports are that the rain's pretty light. Some people are saying they shouldn't have stopped it, but hopefully the weather delay will not be much longer in Detroit, so we will be back before you know it. But just wanted to make sure you knew that I'm still here, and I appreciate you being here. All right, everybody. Thanks for your patience, as there was a brief rain delay to start this game, and it looks pretty nice now. I mean, there's still some clouds in the sky, and by all reports and based on what I can see visually, it didn't look like the rain was really that threatening. Some people wish they would have just go ahead and started, but it is what it is. We have no control over that. It does give me an opportunity before the first pitch to kind of go back through the starting lineup. So, as you can see with our pregame command center, Tyler Glasnow is getting the start for the Dodgers, and it's been a welcome addition back. Very similar to Blake Snell's return, although Blake Snell, in my opinion, is the best Dodger pitcher in the starting lineup right now. But Tyler's really helped with his return flip the dynamic that we had in the first half of the season, where the starting rotation was shaky at best, at least by Dodger standards, and the bats in the lineup are the ones that now are struggling compared to what was happening earlier in the season. What you can see on the right side of the screen is the lineup for the Dodgers today. And as we said earlier today, Shohei Ohtani, who struggled at the plate, along with many of the Dodgers, as they've lost 4 of the last 5 games, has now slipped below 300 in terms of his average. And he is no longer, in the eyes of LA Press Box at least, elite. So he no longer gets the golden highlight, not in the top 20 in the league. Tommy Edman gets the start at second base again, and he is batting second. Mookie Betts is third, batting .240 and playing shortstop. Freddie Freeman moves to the cleanup spot because he's one of the few Dodgers right now who is consistently producing hits and RBIs, although he has not hit a home run in 45 games, the longest stretch of his career without a home run. Then Teoscar Hernandez in left field, batting fifth. Miguel Rojas starting at third, and I think it's for a couple of reasons. One, to give Max Muncy the day off. The last couple of days he has not been very good at the plate, although he is elite, at least in the top 20 when it comes to slugging percentage. But I've been saying they should play Miguel Rojas. They should start him more. They should start him at second and then put Tommy Edman in the outfield. I love Tommy Edman at second base, but he'll do whatever it takes to help the team be successful. And we need to spell, we'll put it that way, one of these underperforming outfielders, whether it's Teo or it's Kyle Tucker or both, and get Miguel into the lineup because he's got one of the highest batting averages for the Dodgers. There's only 2 people with higher batting averages than him, and he is clutch. He showed that during the World Series last year, and he's continued to do that throughout his career, and then also this year in pinch hit situations. He did it as recently as 2 days ago. Kyle Tucker gets the start in right field, batting .230, usually a little bit better on the road than at home. Then Kike Hernandez gets the start in center field. He's batting .225, and he also did a good job the other day being inserted into the lineup for a pinch hitter and then stayed in center field. And I'm sure after pulling up Alek Thomas, who's done some good things, he's had a few hits since he's been pulled up from Oklahoma City. Dave Roberts says, why am I not playing Kike more? I mean, he's proven his worth to the Dodgers. So put him in center field. And then Ben Rortvedt gets the start behind the plate. And now the 3D is loaded and Shohei is up. And the pitch to start the game from Valdez to Ohtani is way inside. And it's for a ball. Lefty on lefty to start this game. Next pitch also misses, 2-0. What the Dodgers have to do is what they did a few weeks ago, get back on track and try to just be more disciplined, more patient at the plate. Shohei with the 2-0 count grounds it to second and one away. So Tommy Edman moved way up in the lineup with Dave Roberts, I'm sure, trying to shake things up on some level. Tommy's batting .266 this season. First month back after getting ankle surgery and rehab, he was pretty much on fire. And now he's become very human again. Tommy, probably as much as anybody yesterday, symbolized the lack of discipline for the Dodgers. And I love Tommy. This one, he hits meekly behind the pitcher. The pitcher actually gets a glove on it, but they're able to wrangle it in and throw to first in time for the second out. And what Tommy kind of did there that he did yesterday, what I was about to talk about, was the fact that they were kind of over aggressive and swinging at first pitches and not doing much with it. And so the pitch count did not go very high for the starting pitcher yesterday. And this is something that the Dodgers can do as they get older, right? This is, there's weaknesses to getting older, of course, but there's also strengths. And one is the classic experience. And being able to have a good eye and be patient at the plate, kind of like Mookie did there. He just took the first pitch. You could tell he wasn't really looking to swing at all because it was pretty much right down the pipe. And then be judicious about when you decide to swing is a strategy I think that would serve them well. 1-1 pitch to Mookie. And this one is shot to left, cut off at third base, and then thrown across the diamond for the third out. So not many pitches thrown there. And the Dodgers go down 1-2-3, and the game is finally underway after about an hour rain delay, but the skies look good, and I think we're good to go for the rest of the way. So we're about to go to the bottom of the first, and we're scoreless early. So Tyler Glasnow taking the mound for the Dodgers. And it's kind of interesting to see what's happened with the Dodgers' regular starting rotation now that Tyler is back. Blake Snell is back, and both of them are performing well to this point. They now have Tarek Skubal. And, oh yeah, they had this guy named Justin Robleski, who really was kind of on fire in the first half of the season. Made his first All-Star game, but he's been on the injured list shortly after he came back, and I think it was 3 games that he pitched where he really struggled. I mean, he was giving up home runs. He was almost like a different pitcher, and I guess it's understandable knowing that he's injured. Another pitcher who I think thankfully has disappeared from the closing rotation is Diaz. So here goes Tyler, starting off with Torres, who's batting .261. Torres has 8 home runs on the year, and that one is in there. And the count is 0-2 to Torres. And that one just a bit high, but swung on and fouled back by Torres. And the count remains 0-2. And that was a big looping curveball. Hit pretty softly to Mookie Betts, who's able to bring it in and make the throw no problem for the first out of the inning. So now Glasnow is going to face Holt Keith. And first pitch, right on the outside of the strike zone. And this is what you like to see, especially early from any Dodgers starting pitcher. Attacking and getting ahead in the count right away. This one is grounded to second. Tommy Edman picks it up, throws to first, no problem. And 2 away. The other thing you like to see when it's your team on defense is boring baseball and quick innings. So far, Glasnow's only pitched 6 pitches, and he's got 2 put away. Next one is McGonigal. This time, Glasnow starts him with a ball. And this one is grounded to the left of second base and picked up and thrown in time by Mookie after the shift. And quick work by Tyler. And at the end of one, we're still scoreless. So Valdez warming up again to get ready to start the second. And has already retired the first 3 Dodgers. And just listening to the radio recently, a lot of people with opinions and frustrated Dodger fans, even though they're up 9 games in the National League West. But now they have, I think they dropped to the 4th best overall record in baseball. Let me know in the chat whether you're calm and you feel like the Dodgers are going to get squared away, be fine in the playoffs, or you're frustrated. So Freddie Freeman moved to the cleanup spot. Also a move by Dave Roberts designed to try to generate more offense. And Freddie's batting .301. And swings and fouls that one, grounds it to the right of first base. 0-1 pitch to Freddie. Oh, gets a hold of that one with the golf swing. It's going pretty deep, and it's going to curl just foul. And false alarm on the home run watch for Freddie Freeman, who has not hit a home run in 45 games. The longest home run dry spell of his career. And the 0-2 pitch misses outside. Now it counts 1-2. Let's swing this around so we can see the strike zone a little bit better. Next one misses. So 2-2 pitch on the way from Valdez. And the fastball is called a ball. And they could have challenged that, but they choose not to. And honestly, I mean, unless you're 100% sure, and it's a really terrible call, I agree with not challenging this early in the game. It's got to be like something that's going to really influence the outcome of the game at a crucial moment. And Valdez follows that pitch with the ball and walks Freddie Freeman. So the Dodgers, as they have the last couple of days, even though they have not produced many runs, once again have the leadoff hitter on base. So now Teoscar Hernandez comes up. He's in the 5 spot, and I don't know why. I really don't. He does not look good. He's producing way below the standards that we would expect. Swings and misses badly at a ball that curves out of the strike zone, and already behind 0-1. And now looks at that one. Fastball right down the pipe. I don't know what Teo was waiting for. So now the count's 0-2. So the 0-2 pitch to Teo. Curveball below the strike zone. Swing and a miss. Wow, he looked bad in that at bat. All 3 pitches, he looked bad. I don't know what was worse, the ball he just chased to strike out, or the one that was tailor-made for him to hit out of a stadium right before that. Now the guy that I have been wanting to start for a long time, Miguel Rojas, batting .276, 3 home runs, 19 RBI. And he's 2 for 4 with a home run against Valdez career-wise. Twisting, turning, getting set in the batter's box. One of the things I like about Rojas is just his demeanor. He has a quiet, positive determination about him. First pitch is in the dirt for a ball. And when he goofs up, when he makes a mistake, when he swings and misses, you just see him kind of like lock in a little bit harder the next opportunity. Fouls that one back. Count 2-1 to Rojas. Dodgers get the leadoff hitter on base. So 1 on with 1 out. The Dodgers this year have hit into 111 double plays. Ground ball double plays, which leads the league. So needless to say, we get to this situation, we have a little bit of, I'll just say trauma. But I got my rally cap on today. I'm not even messing around, right from the very beginning. Oh, and Rojas gets a hold of this one. He went low and golfed it, but he had great power, and it lands in left field, and he's going to have a stand-up double. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do the Freddie. Yes, thank you. Play this guy more. My goodness. Start him for the foreseeable future. My gosh. And if you're trying to rest Max Muncy, fine. But then get Max in there, quick like, and then put Freddie Freeman. Or no, sorry, put put Tommy Eben in left field. Get Teo out of there. Let Tommy Eben play left field, right field, left field, right field. Get Teo out. Get this guy out. Get Teo out. Get this guy out. This guy being Kyle Tucker. And Tucker is batting in the 7th spot today with a 230 average. It's like Groundhog Day. It seems like for months, every time I look up, he's batting 230 almost exactly. And he looks at that one low. Now, one thing Tucker has done better lately, and this is why I pulled Tail before Tucker, is he's just been a little more patient like we talked about. So he's drawn some walks. He had a double yesterday. When he gets on, he almost always scores on base hits where he's at second base, although he made a mistake the other day. And gets a hold of that one, but a little too early, and it curls foul to the right, not a play. And he was waved home by Dino at third base and took a glance up before he slid at home into right field. And if you're in a race to get somewhere, in this case to home plate, you don't look to the side as you're running in a straight line. And who knows whether that made the difference or not, but it's just not good fundamentals. So the count is 2-2 to Tucker. Got a great opportunity with runners at second and third. And this one is low. It's a check swing. And they say, yes, he went. Strike 3. So goodbye. So 2 outs. Dodgers on the verge of wasting 2 men in scoring position. I'm not trying to be negative, though. I got the rally cap. See the LA? Let's go. And if you're into that juju, that mojo, that karma, type some ones in the chat and let's get Kike Hernandez to single and bring home 2 runs. Looks at that first pitch for a strike. Kike's batting .225. He has 2 home runs on the season. He's 6 for 22 against Valdez. Swings and misses that breaking ball. And the count's 0-2. Appreciate you saying that in the chat. So the 0-2 pitch to Kike. And a swing and a miss at a pitch right down the middle. Is to say he's frustrated at that. And so are the Dodgers and Dodgers fans because they stranded 2 in scoring position. So we're going to the bottom of the second, and we are still scoreless. But yeah, I agree, chat. And I appreciate Tigers fans being here. I saw Scooble wiping back the tears when he came back to Comerica, and that was a great thing to see. Of course, I'm going to want whatever is going to help LA win, but I really have a space in my heart for loyalty. And from what I heard initially, right after he was traded, he was saying, you know, he still would like to go back and be a Tiger and finish up there. And I just love that. And I love the fact that Tigers fans, you know, gave him a standing ovation when he came back the other day. And I've never been to Detroit. but I'd like to go at some point. I think the fans are just awesome. I really do. Seen that with the Lions fans, and it's good from a football standpoint to see how the Lions have been better the last couple of seasons. I think Detroit fans deserve more. They deserve more success out of their sports teams. But I hope you're right, Tiger fan. I hope we get straight by the time the playoffs roll around. And really, like it's an old cliche for both of those sports. Defense beats offense. In the case of baseball, when you get to playoffs, good pitching typically beats good hitting. And right now, that's where we're the most solid is our starting rotation. Thankfully, we also have to score some runs. Can't win if you score nothing. So now Glasnow is going to face Dingler. Dingler's batting 252, 26 home runs, 82 RBI. And that one is fouled to the left of third base. So the count is 0-2. Dingler's got that open stance. He's got his left foot back a little bit so he can see the ball, especially as a righty facing a righty. And this one is a ball, check swing. And Rortvet tags him in case they say he swung, but he did not. So the count's 1-2. Next pitch on the way from Glasnow to Dingler. Oh, that was wicked. I don't know if you can see the angle, the yellow trail here. That was a knuckle curve that dropped even more than the 3D seemed to give it credit for. That was, oh my gosh, that was wicked. And a strikeout from Tyler. Get Charlie up there, give him the punch out. So next up is the 5-hitter Callahan. Callahan's batting 292. Got one home run. And that pitch is way high and outside for a ball. And you can see the defense shifted over with the lefty. So Mookie's pretty close to second base. And this one is grounded to Tommy Edman, who's also shifted over, and he's in the perfect spot for that. Picks it up and throws it first for the next out. So next up is the 6-hitter, McKinstry. McKinstry was an all-star last year, but only batting 215 this year. Kind of curious why. Tiger fan, let me know. Was he hurt, or is he just really struggling, McKinstry? First pitch is a ball. And that one is a fastball taken by McKinstry. Count is 1-1. Check that, 2-1, sorry. Next pitch. Well inside. McKinstry does a little hop back. And the count's 3-1. And the next pitch is in there and fouled back. And McKinstry stays alive, and the count's 3-2. And a quick timeout. The wireless communication system that the pitcher and the catcher use is malfunctioning. Today the catcher is the one that's dictating the plays, pitches, and the pitcher decides whether or not they're actually going to throw what's suggested. When you see some of these pitchers, it's usually the minority, like Blake Snell. Does Miguel Rojas have like a backup comm system to reduce the delay? He just came and it looks like he switched devices with them. Rojas is such a good team player. Snell's the one that hits the button that says, "This is what I'm going to pitch." And it's on his waist. Next pitch on the way. And this is flied to left. Teoscar's making a run for it. And then he just pulls up and lets it bounce. See, Tommy Edman would lay out and make that catch. And I know he's kind of close to the fence, but he had enough space to just, dude, sell out. I know it's not football, but come on, dude. That's another reason I'm like, get Teo out of there right now. Because he doesn't always completely give his best effort. I've seen him run as fast as he possibly can, and he doesn't always do that in left field. So another 3-2 pitch on the way from Glasnow. And he gets McKinstry swinging. Strike 3. So now Tyler's just over 20 pitches. And at the end of 2, we are still scoreless. All right, as you can see, Ben Rortvedt coming up next. I got to say, I have some outstanding chat going right now. One, yes, again, I agree. Freddie Freeman is awesome. And the guy could retire now and be in the Hall of Fame, although he is marching towards 3,000 hits. But the thing I like about him is just seems classy. He's just a friendly person, a good person, a nice person. It's kind of the stereotypical Canadian. And this one is flied by Rortvedt to left center. And caught by the speedy Clark for the first out. The other thing I'm going to agree with is, yeah, lay out if you're getting paid all that money. especially when you look at the way Teo's built. But he might be one of those guys that said, I know I can play football because he's kind of built like a linebacker, kind of like a thin linebacker or running back. He's got trapezius muscles that are like 2 inches tall. He's not going to get hurt, but a small guy like Tommy Edmond just do whatever it takes to help the team win. So Tawny comes up, and he has really been out of sorts the last few games. First pitch to him misses low. And when he looks out of sorts, the biggest indicator is he pulls his head to the right, his foot goes to the right when he steps and decides to swing. When he's good, he's very still, and he stays locked in. But he's also just misjudging the ball lately. Like he's stared at strike threes, and he's chased pitches out of the strike zone and made contact. Even the hit he got yesterday was not a good hit. It was a bloop hit. Swings at this one and he grounds it foul to the right of first base. And he doesn't need to pull the ball. He doesn't need to try to, fix what he's doing with a big giant home run to right field. He's had plenty of home runs where he's gone the other way over the left center field fence. Next pitch on the way from Valdez, inside. So Tawny faces a full count with one out and nobody on. And a curveball from Valdez. Look at Ohtani's body language. I wish I had replay on this. He faced us. When he was done with that swing, he spun completely around. And this one is swung on. Pretty good contact, but he hits it right at first baseman Colt Keith, who makes the catch. So now the number 2 hitter, Tommy Edmond, comes up, who's 0 for 1, batting .265. Called a ball, but it looks like it's a strike, and the catcher challenges it successfully. There was some speculation that Ohtani would be back pitching today for the Dodgers, but the report is that he's got some soreness and still has a little inflammation after not just playing, but these rehab assignments where he's throwing in the bullpen or he's throwing live BP. He's done that with Will Smith to help both of them get back to the mound and behind the plate. But he still is experiencing supposedly a little bit of soreness in the knee and also his bicep. So of course, especially with the Dodgers starting pitching rotation looking so solid, there's no reason to press him back into action and force him back to the mound right now. Generally speaking, when he hasn't pitched, he's been a better batter. It's not the case recently, but the Dodgers really need his run production. That pitch hits the plate and bounces off. So the count's 2-2. 2-2 pitch from Valdez to Tommy Edman. It's grounded to short. Shortstop. Baez didn't even have to move a step and picks it up and throws for the third out. So we go to the bottom of the third, and we are still scoreless. So yet another Dodgers starting pitcher with a solid start. Been several back-to-back now. But unfortunately, the other recent pattern for the Dodgers is they're not able to give him any comfort by producing runs early. So now Glasnow is going to face Lee, who had a very interesting day yesterday at the plate. His first three at bats, he pop fouled to the right of first base, and all three times Freddie Freeman caught it for the out. I don't think I'll ever see that again. I don't know if any of us will. So it was a little bit like Groundhog Day for him. But then he responded with his fourth at bat, getting a very important hit for the Tigers. And check swing there, but it connects, and the count is 1-2 to Lee. And for some reason, we're taking a little too much time here. The pitch clock was about to expire, but then I think the batter Lee is the one that took time out, which is interesting. If that's the case. He just blew an opportunity to get a free ball. And instead swings and misses as Tyler Glasnow punches out another Tiger batter. So now Tyler's going to face the 8-hitter, Max Clark, who I like. He's a top prospect in his early 20s, and yesterday had a hit to left field and just through a hustle play, out-hustled Teoscar Hernandez by legging it to second base and then sliding head first after his helmet came off for a double. He's batting .276, and he has 21 stolen bases. And this one is flied to right center, and it's going to be tough to get to. Kike Hernandez is sprinting, and he dives and catches it. That's the kind of effort you need to have. Show him. Sorry if I was too loud, everybody. That's how you sell out. Thank you. And that's not 100% I mean, being able to get there with the right angle anyway, because the grass is slick from the rain. Since the almost 1 hour rain delay, it has been spitting a little bit more since the game started, but nothing serious. So now the 9 hitter, Baez, comes up with a 260 average on the season. And a huge swing and a miss there. And the count's 2-1 to Baez. Make that 2-2. Looks at that one. And this one is popped very high near second base. And Tommy Edman makes the catch and says, "Thanks, Freddie. Let me do my job," even though we're shifted a little bit for that batter. And that inning highlighted by the great effort and catch by Kike Hernandez in center field. And at the end of 3, it's the Dodgers 0 and the Tigers 0. All right, we are back and still scoreless. Mookie Betts set to come up and get his first crack at Valdez. Betts is batting .239. And the first pitch swung on and grounded for an out. That is not how you stress pitchers. Although I give Mookie a little bit of credit the first time up for taking the first pitch. Now Freddie Freeman comes up, who walked his first time. First pitch, sinker, all to strike. But it did not look like it. Freddie shook his head, decided not to challenge, and I'm okay with that. Like I said, unless you're like 100%. That one definitely misses low, and the count's 1-1. It's got to be tempting to want to challenge when you know and everybody knows that your team is struggling offensively. And that one is singled to left field. Nice job going the other way. Good discipline by Freddie Freeman. And with that hit, he ties Ernie Banks, the Cub, on the all-time hit list and continues the march towards 3,000 hits. In the second quarter of this season, he passed the 2,500 hit mark. And now Teoscar Hernandez comes up, who's 0 for 1, and had a terrible looking strikeout the first time. And the early count to Teo is 1-1. 1 on, 1 out. Only person who has been on base today is Freddie Freeman. It's been twice for him. Used to say he'd never steal. It just doesn't look that fleet of foot, but it's a little bit misleading. Got those long strides, and I've stopped to say that. I'm not saying it anymore the last couple of weeks. Oscar Hernandez misses a breaking ball, and now the count's 1-2. Swing this around so we can see the strike zone a little bit better when he hits. And this one is going to be singled just past the shortstop into center field. Freddie Freeman, speaking of the wheels, comes all the way around from first to third. Nice. Good job. That ball was way low. But, I mean, shoot, a hit's a hit. Definitely not disciplined. And now the guy, my guy, that I've been saying for weeks, should be starting and is starting today, and who is now batting .280, including 1 for 1 with a double. It's coming up with an opportunity to put the Dodgers on the scoreboard. Miguel Rojas in the 6th spot. Looks at the first pitch for a strike. Hitting one in the outfield far enough for Freddie to tag up. Just don't hit into another double play. This one is flied to right, and it looks like it's going to be deep enough for Freddie to tag. We'll see right now just to be sure. Yeah, he's not even running full speed. Thank you, Miguel Rojas. That's a winner. Thank you. RBI sacrifice fly. Start him every day right now. Start him. I don't care how big the name is or the contract. Get the guy in there that's going to get it done and sell out for the team. That's exactly what Rojas does. And the Dodgers are the first ones to get on the board, and now Kyle Tucker comes up. And hard to believe because the Dodgers did win 2 games ago against the Tigers, but this is the first time that they have had a lead to start the game against these Tigers, who are 4th place in their division. That one's fouled off of Tucker's foot. Looks like he's got sad boy body language, but that's not how it looks in reality. He's just kind of like checking himself out, making sure he's okay. Which I'm sure he will be. And he's about ready to get back to work with 2 outs and a runner at first. Tucker struck out his first time at bat today. That one misses low for a ball, and the count's 1-1. One ball, one strike, and the next pitch misses low, and the count is 2-1. At the moment, it is not drizzling in Detroit. And another check swing by Tucker. The last time he check swung, they said he went, and it was strike three. This time they say he did not go. So the count's 3-1. And that one is right on the lower inside corner of the strike zone. Tucker's on it, but fouls it to the right of first base. A little too far inside for him to do much with it. So now full count and the payoff pitch on the way. Runner at first will be going. And after trying to dig himself in, Tucker steps out of the batter's box. Come on, get in there and get to work. And the pitch from Valdez is grounded to first. Colt Keith picks it up and steps on the bag, no problem, for the third out of the inning. But Freddie Freeman, after singling, comes all the way around from first to third on a hit by Teo, and then tags up on the sacrifice fly from Teoscar Hernandez. The Dodgers finally get on the board, and we go to the bottom of the fourth. Dodgers 1 and the Tigers nothing. All right, Tyler Glass now goes back to the mound and finally has a little lead behind him. He has retired all 9 Tiger hitters so far. 4 groundouts, 3 strikeouts, 1 flyout, and 1 pop-out. So now the Tigers go back to the beginning of the lineup, and Torres comes up, batting .260. And that one misses outside. And this one grounded just pretty much exactly the same way Teo grounded it, up the middle for a base hit. And Glass now gives up his first hit of the day. Colt Keith comes up. He grounded out. And Keith squares up to bunt. He does not get it down, and then the catcher throws to first, but not in time. They had a squeeze play on there, and they know this is actually smart by the Tigers, that it probably won't take a lot of runs to beat the Dodgers. So not a bad idea to go small ball here. Next pitch on the way. And it bounces in the dirt, well in front of the plate, then takes a funky bounce off of Ben Rortvedt. It actually hit him in the chest, then went up to his face mask, and then ricocheted off to the right. Nothing he could do about it. He did everything he was supposed to. Got his hands down between his legs. He tried to, curl his shoulders forward, all the stuff that you work on catchers with. And it was just an absolutely terrible pitch. And it bounced so far off to the right that the runner not only advanced to second, but was looking at trying to go to third. So now the Tigers, with nobody out, have a runner in scoring position. And the next pitch misses inside. Although it's called a strike. Wow. And then overturned. It was more than 2 inches, which in, challenge terms is pretty far outside the strike zone. And this is something I haven't really thought about much this season, let alone talked about. But I've said, look, you only get 2 challenges to try to overturn a call in a game. And counts now 2-2 to Keith. So don't use those challenges unless, 1, you're 100% sure. And 2, it's in a crucial, potentially game-defining, outcome-defining part of the game. Keith swings and misses at that one for strike 3. However, you would think with all of these resources, multi-million dollar resources, not only do teams, at least they should, not only do teams have scouting reports on their opponent players, but they probably should have scouting reports on umpire accuracy. And if they're going into a game where, relatively speaking, they have an umpire that's just not great by their standards, or just having a bad day. This umpire right now has been the worst umpire that I've seen, just in terms of calling balls and strikes the entire season. Then give guys, at least your veterans that you trust, more leeway and the green light to challenge whenever they feel that they can challenge. So still a runner at second in scoring position with 1 out. Now the 3-hitter, McGonagall's up. He's 0 for 1 today, of course. Like everybody to start this first time through the Tigers batting order. McGonagall's batting .276. And that one is chopped into the dirt foul. Now the count's 2-2. Now looks over at second and throws a slider that misses high, and now it's full count. Now is up to 46 pitches at this point. And taking a little too much time for McGonagall's comfort level, so he steps out of the batter's box. And that one is swung on and fouled to the right of first base. So full count, 1 out. And McGonigal goes the other way and hits this one in the hole into left center. And it's going to be enough for an RBI, and the Tigers have tied it at 1. Good discipline at bat, and good job going the other way and putting it right where no one was. And still only 1 out now, a runner at first, with the 4-hitter, Dingler, coming up. And Tyler throws to first. And I've seen this a couple of times this year, where right after a hit for an RBI, the pitcher with the next guy up throws to first, and it kind of seems a little bit revenge-based. But I don't think that's the case. For whatever reason, there's a scouting report, and I don't know what indicators they look at, but a lot of times I've been wrong about that. And the guy that they've thrown to first on, try to hold him, steals, even after they throw to first to try to hold him there. So we might be seeing a steal attempt coming shortly. And that one misses high, just a tad inside. And a steal attempt here. They knew something. They knew something. And they were ready for it. Ben Rortvedt with a perfect throw. Tommy Edman got it. It was just a tad low, but in a good spot. I think Tommy had trouble getting there under body balance because they were shifted in the infield. And Edman was kind of fortunate that he was able to make that tag. The ball was past the runner. And then he brought it back. He caught it in the back half of where the slide was in the runner's body, but thrown out. So that's a pleasant surprise. That does not happen very often, and I've said for a long time, until Will Smith gets back, I'd be challenging these catchers because they don't typically have very strong or accurate throws to second. And Glasnow misses with that pitch, and now it's full count. And that one also misses, and he walks Dingler. And Glasnow is peeved. He walks off the mound and shouts the F word. So after retiring the first 9 batters, different story for him in this inning. And of course, you don't want to give up any runs at any time, but when you get somebody on with 2 outs, oh man. Oh, and now he's called for a delay of game. So he gives up a ball and lets his emotions get to him, unfortunately. I'm sure he's trying to gather himself, but it took too much time to do it. So now he's in the hole to Callahan. And the pitch to Callahan is flied high. It's somewhat deep. Teoscar Hernandez starts running to the left, then finally judges the ball correctly and runs back, but he makes the catch right about at the warning track for the 3rd out. But the Tigers respond immediately to the small deficit and they tie it up. And at the end of four, it's the Dodgers won and the Tigers won. All right. So we are tied once again, and Kike Hernandez set to come up, who's 0 for 1 today, batting .220 on the season. And an outstanding running and diving catch from center field. And swings and misses at that one. Already in a hole at 0-2. And that one bounces in the dirt, counts 1-2. And that pitch is inside. So the count's even now. Another lackluster start offensively to a game for the Dodgers, who are facing in Valdez. That one is chopped foul, now a play to the left of third base. Valdez, who has one of the worst ERAs in the American League. Kike busted his tail to get to first base just in case it wasn't foul, and that's the kind of effort we need. Good things happen when you play your butt off all the time. So now Kike set to come back and get back to work against Valdez. And that one's way low, and Kike was fishing for something. That is not the discipline we need at the plate. And he strikes out. I believe that's Valdez's 4th strikeout today. So now the catcher, Ben Rortvedt, who's 0 for 1, just finished throwing out an attempted steal at second. Rortvedt batting .167. And that one misses, evening the count 1-1. And this one is singled into center. Hey, hey, what do you know? Base hit for Rortvedt. So now Shohei Ohtani comes up. 0 for 2 today. And I said this yesterday. I hate to say it again today, but like, I have a shirt on with Ohtani's name on the back. The only shirt or jersey I've ever done for any player in my life like that. Misses. Valdez does with the first pitch. But like I am not looking forward to Ohtani coming up the way that I normally do. And he swings and misses at that one. Tries to pull it again. Pulls his head. And boy, he just continues. Try to pull balls and does not trust his power. It's a weird thing to say. It does it again. Exact same thing. But you know, you get to a certain habit of body, especially at this time of the year in the second half of the season, and it takes a lot to change whatever that bad physical habit is. You can tell yourself don't do it all you want, but really you almost have to retrain your body, and that's something that Mookie Betts did a little bit. And there goes Ohtani. 3 straight pitches, 3 straight head pulls, opening, and goes down swinging. And you know, Mookie Betts isn't lighting it up. But in the first quarter, when he was below 200, he was going out to the park and just taking hacks and taking more BP and trying to shorten his swing. That's something Ohtani needs to do right now rather than worrying about getting back on the mound. I mean, just shorten your swing, dude. So Tommy Edman comes up, who's 0 for 2 today. Guy's been swinging at early pitches a lot. We have 2 outs and a runner at first. And swings at this one, grounds it to short, picked up by Baez, and thrown to second for the 3rd out of the inning. So after retiring the first 9 batters, Tyler Glasnow becomes human a little bit in the last inning and gives up a run, walks somebody with 2 outs, lets loose a pretty loud F-bomb, and then closes out the inning. Rortvedt throws down to second, a looping bouncer. And now Glasnow, who just finished an inning where he pitched 22 pitches, his highest pitch count to this point today. It's back to work against the six-hitter McKinstry. Zach McKinstry's 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. Glasnow starts him with a strike. That one bounces for a ball. And because of the loss last night that the Dodgers suffered, win by Atlanta, as well as the results of the head-to-head games between the Dodgers and Atlanta, Atlanta now is in second place in the playoff standings for the National League. And if it were to stay like that, the Dodgers would not get a bye the first round of the playoffs. And this one is fly high to right, and Kinstry's sending it pretty much directly to Tucker, who just comes up a couple of steps and makes the catch for the out. So Hyu Lee comes up, the 7-hitter, who's batting .267 on the season. His first time up, he struck out. And that one catches the outside of the strike zone. Starting Lee with a count of 0-1. Swings and fouls that next one off, 0-2. So some repositioning. And the 0-2 pitch on the way from Glasnow to Lee. Low and in the dirt, and Lee check swings for strike 3. Wow, he'd love to have that one back, that's for sure. That's embarrassing. So now Max Clark comes up, the 8-hitter, whose effort I really like. Lined out his first time up. He's batting .247. Two outs, nobody on. And Clark steps out of the batter's box. So Glasnow steps off the rubber. And the next pitch, well placed, but fouled off by Clark, and he stays alive. And the next pitch, big curves, breaking ball just dropped off the table and fooled Clark for another strikeout. Back-to-back strikeouts by Tyler Glasnow, who responded this inning exactly the way he wanted to. And it looks like his pitch count is not out of control. So hopefully he's able to get the Dodgers to the 8th inning before they take him out, but time will tell. And at the end of 5, it's the Dodgers 1 and the Tigers 1. All right, Dodgers go back to work at the plate, and hopefully it's going to be more productive work, starting with Mookie Betts. Let's get started with the ball. Mookie's 0 for 2 today, and he's batting .238 on the season. Betts has got a slightly open stance. He's been better at shortstop lately. He looks a little less casual as he fouls that one off. And the count early to Mookie is 1-2. And the next pitch also fouled, well placed by Valdez, right on the upper outside corner. Mookie had to swing at that one and protect the plate at the least. And the next pitch, inside, looked at by Mookie. Good eye there, as they say. And the count now is 2-2. Two pitch to Betts, and he swings and fouls it to the left of third base. And the count remains. Now, this is the other thing about being disciplined at the plate, protecting the plate with 2 strikes, making contact, driving pitch counts up. As Betts fouls that one off. You know, it's one, like driving pitch counts up by not chasing and trying to do too much, especially early in counts. Hey, Charlie, you want to come up? But it's also like, protecting the plate and extending bats. This is our mascot, Charlie. And that one is flied high and almost out of play, but caught there right at this, the rolling tarp that they had. Can't see that with the 3D. In front of the fence. It was right on top of that dirt. And so Mookie Betts fouls out. Fouls fly. So Freddie Freeman comes up, who's been on base twice today. He's 1 for 1. He had a base hit last time, but the first time he was up, he drew a walk. And looks at the first pitch, low for ball 1. Next pitch, swung on and missed. 1-1 to Freddie. One out, nobody on. And this one is sliced to left, and it looks like, hopefully, yes, it's going to curve out of play. So Freddie now comes back to the plate with a 1-2 count. Kind of warm for you to be on my lap, dude. Freeman's average, I think, ticked up 1 point today to 303 now. And wise move by Dave Roberts as he swings and fouls that one off to put Freddie Freeman in the 4th spot. He hasn't been tearing it up, but he's really the only Dodgers hitter who has consistently been performing at the plate. Although he's gone 45 games without a home run. the longest stretch of his career. So the 1-2 pitch on the way to Freddie Freeman. And he blasts this one to right. It's in there fair, and it's going to be trouble. It's going to be at least a double where he's going to be able to stand up. And Freddie Freeman, the double and single machine, does it again for the Dodgers. So now Freddie Freeman, with 579 doubles, moves into 23rd place all time. And a big huddle at the mound. And it does not look like they're going to pull Valdez quite yet. They do have Tyler Kinley getting warmed up in the bullpen. It's going to face Teoscar Hernandez. I wouldn't pull him for that reason. He has been terrible. But he did get a single. I mean, I can't just hate on him all day. Wasn't a strong single, but I'll take it. I mean, it was in the right place at the right time. And honestly, I mean, that was part of the reason the Dodgers got on the scoreboard. But I still wouldn't pull Valdez against him. Valdez sinks into the middle earth, comes back, throws the pitch, and gets Hernandez swinging. He fouls it back, and he's frustrated because that was, I mean, you can see smack dab in the middle of the strike zone. So 1 out, runner at second, thanks to Freddie Freeman's double. Swung on and hit deep. The left. This one's carrying left center. Oh, and Freddie's just jogging, and Teo's looking at a masterpiece because this is a home run. Wow, he really blasted that. He got all of that. Now the Dodgers have a 2-run lead, and the power could not come too soon. Finally is right. I mean, he knew right away. He just stopped and stared at that thing. And now Miguel Rojas comes up, who's 1 for 1 today. He's batting in the 6th spot. And Teoscar finally gets his 12th home run of the season. His first one since August 3rd, so almost a full month since his last home run. So number 37 delivers. And I'll give credit where credit's due. He's got a single and a home run today. And both of those contributed to runs, which is what the Dodgers need. And Rojas swings and fouls that one off. I hope so. I hope somebody said something to him. This is part of the strength of having a bunch of past All-Stars on your team, as Rojas chops this one to shortstop. Baez backs up, but gives himself enough space to get an angle and throw to first. Nice play by him for the out, 2 away. And you have a lot of All-Stars and people that have done it, and done it together. You become like brothers, and you should have a bunch of respect for each other. So you shouldn't shy away from calling each other out. And it's not something that has to be super confrontational. You don't have to get in his face literally, but say something, you know, and say it in your own way. You don't have to be anybody but yourself. But I remember when Dalton Rushing got a little too big for his britches earlier this year when he was the catcher, and he and Shohei Ohtani, when Ohtani was still pitching, got into a miscommunication, and Dalton, I don't know exactly what he said, but I think he was kind of like just being difficult with Shohei and being a little pushy for a youngster rookie who hadn't, really made it yet. And one after another Dodger talked to him. Freddie Freeman talked to him, of course. Dave Roberts talked to him. And I've been a captain on a couple of different teams. I was actually a team captain for UCLA football when I played, and in the alumni football organization. I'm an era captain. And you have to be able to have uncomfortable conversations with people sometimes for the good of the organization. So Tucker up, and he's facing a 1-2 count. Fouls that one off to stay alive. 2 outs, nobody on. After the 2-run home run from Teoscar Hernandez. And Tucker fouls that one back. Now Valdez, in the top of the 6th inning with 2 outs, is over the 100 pitch mark. So based on that, based on the fact that now he's given up runs, and he already had one big conference at the mound, this has got to be it for him. Tucker fouls that one to the right of first base. You're funny, Johnson. Next pitch. And he looks at it outside. Good patience by Tucker. And now the count is 2-2. Next pitch from Valdez. Fouled yet again. And I think that makes 8 pitches in this at bat. And I like this, This is one thing I'll give Tucker credit for the last couple of days, is he's just been more disciplined at the plate. And this one is hit well to right field. The right fielder is going to have to get on his horse and gets there. McKinstry makes the catch just before it hits the dirt in fair territory. Nice play by McKinstry. But the highlight of the inning, of course, is Teoscar Hernandez giving the ball a long, long ride over the left center field wall for a 2-run home run and giving the Dodgers a 2-run lead. And we go to the bottom of the 6th, and now it's the Dodgers 3 and Detroit 1. Glass now coming up with a little more breathing room, although the last time he had breathing room, albeit not as much, with 1-0 lead, he gave it right back. Detroit responded. He also had a walk. He had a delay of game right after the walk. It was an automatic ball, and then finally closed out the inning. But his highest pitch count for any inning today at 22 was that inning right after the Dodgers took the lead. So hopefully he responds the way he did last inning. with a 1-2-3 sit down and maybe even a couple more strikeouts like he had last inning. All right, throw out on second base coming right into your living room. And Baez comes up. Baez is 0 for 1 today. And he's batting .258. And the first pitch from Glasnow is called a ball, but Bortvett's going to challenge. And normally I'd say, hey, there's nobody on. You know, it's not a crucial situation, don't challenge. But like I said earlier today, if the umpire's off his game, I think you give the catcher a little more leeway, and the challenge is successful. That was a strike. It barely caught the strike zone, but nonetheless, good challenge by the catcher, Ben Rortvedt, who's done a really good job behind the plate today. He's done that. He's done a really good job of blocking the ball, at least attempting to block the ball in front of him when it's been in the dirt. And he's thrown out a runner attempting to steal second base. And this one is grounded right up the middle. Tommy Edman crosses over second base and gets to it. Throws to Freddie Freeman for the first out of the inning. So now, Tigers go back to the start of the top of their batting order with Gleyber Torres, who's 1 for 2 today. Singled and scored a run. Glasnow starts him with a strike. Next pitch. It's low. Knuckle curve. Not as much drop as usual. And a pitcher throws a breaking ball with a huge break on it. I'd like to swing the camera a little bit to the right and just see how much it broke. Cross-check what looked like maybe a 2-foot drop or more. Do the same thing if they're a flamethrower, like Enriquez when he comes in. And the next pitch is grounded to the hole between first and second, but Tommy Edman, with that quickness, gets all the way over there, even though he was shifted to his right, and he's able to make the play. So 2 away, nobody on. And Glasnow only up to 73 pitches. So now Colton Keith comes up. Detroit so far only has 2 hits on the day, and this one's hit. It's a blast to right field, but it goes right to Kyle Tucker. He hardly had to move, so wrong place and wrong time for Keith, but the right place for the Dodgers. And I think that inning was only 9 pitches, so Glasnow will definitely come out next inning. And at the end of 6, it's the Dodgers 3 and Detroit 1. Let's see who the new pitcher's going to be. Usually the command center will show it for the actual broadcast. One of the things I love about all the coding we did this summer. right, there you go. Tyler Kinley. An ERA of 3.83, a launch record of 6-5, and a whip of 1.28. Getting ready to face TK Hernandez. And the first pitch to Kike is outside for a ball. Next pitch, low for ball 2. Kike's 0 for 2 today, struck out both times. Great catch in center field, though. Sprinted to his left, laid out, and prevented what could have been a double. And the next pitch catches the bottom of the strike zone, and the count's 2-1. And this one, he just hesitates enough to get the fat part of the bat on and strokes it into left field for his first hit of the day. And baby Kike. He stepped kind of early, and then it was a slow breaking ball, and he kept his hands back. It was a really good job by being disciplined and just enough in time to be able to make contact and put that ball into left field. So now Ben Rortvedt, who's had a really good day behind the plate, comes up, and he actually has a hit on the day. He tries to sacrifice bunt here and does not get it down. That's got to be something, like, if you're no good, you have to get good at. When you're in the pros, you have to be able to sacrifice bunt, and it's got to happen almost 100% of the time that you try. Now, of course, it's got to be somewhere in the strike zone or around the strike zone. And then this one, oh my goodness, he misses. And then when Kike was running, saw that it was a missed bunt completely, not even fouled off. So the catcher's able to throw down to first because Kike was caught running. He was just doing what he was supposed to do. And he's thrown out at first. That's just absolutely terrible by Ben Rortvedt. You have to be a professional. You have to be able to get the bunt down. But to not even make contact after 2 attempts and then have the exact opposite of what's intended happen is just, it's not acceptable. And now he looks at strike 3. Wow. What a shame. Makes me just wish for Will Smith that much more. So now Shohei Ohtani's set to come up, who's 0 for 3. And his batting average just keeps dropping. And wow, that's as bad as he's looked on a swing. He looks kind of defeated. It's sad to say this. And I know Shohei wants to be better. Of course he does. But he's got to do something different when he's not in the game, if you ask me. He's got to take BP in a different fashion. He's got to try to change something with his swing. The best hitters are not afraid to tweak their swing a little bit. We're not talking about something dramatic. As he looked at the second pitch for a ball. But now people are able to just challenge Shohei. And it might seem sacrosanct to say this, but like, maybe move him back in the lineup. This is one thing that Dave Roberts has good instincts about. That's one thing that got Mookie Betts to be able to produce on some level. He was moving him around in the batting order. Wow, look at that. I mean, look at him face us after that swing. He looks lost up there. Come on, Shohei, you can do this. Just choke up on the bat. Do something small. Help yourself make contact. And a 2-strike pitch is grounded to first. No threat there. Keith picks it up, and he shovels it to Kinley for the 3rd out. So 7th inning stretch, and it's the Dodgers 3 and the Tigers 1. All right, Tyler Glasnow was just the latest in the Dodgers starting pitching roster, throwing a gem. Giving up 1 run today, and he's still not to 80 pitches. Big reason for Tyler's effectiveness today is just big drop on his curveballs, including the knuckle curve. And he's set to face McGonigal. 3 hitters, 1 for 2 today, batting .277 on the season. And the first pitch is a knuckle curve. If you can see the drop, not ridiculously low, but it's called a strike, and it looks like it caught the bottom of the strike zone, but McGonigal's going to challenge, and the challenge is unsuccessful. Well, now the Tigers burn one, and they're down to their last challenge. And the next pitch misses low. And that one swung on, well placed on the inside edge of the strike zone. Fouled back by McGonigal. Now the count is 1-2. One-two pitch into the dirt, and Ben Rortvedt working hard today. Blocks that one with his body, as he's done a few times already today. One got away from him, but there was nothing he could do about it, where the runner went from first to second, almost to third, when the ball bounced well in front of home plate and into his chest protector and up into his face mask. This one is driven to left field, and it's going to be caught there by Teoscar. He was shifted over slightly, and it hung up in the air just a little bit too long for McGonigal to be able to get it down for a hit. So now Dingler, who's 0 for 1 today, batting in the fourth spot, comes up, and he's batting .251. And the first pitch, called a ball. Ben Rortvedt's going to challenge again. He was successful the first time, and he's successful again. So as bad as he just was at the plate, not putting the bunts down that he was slated to, and getting Kike thrown out in the process, he's been outstanding behind the plate today. And that pitch is high. Counts even to 1-1. And this one is swung on and hit to center field. Kike Hernandez goes back just a little bit, backpedals, doesn't have to run, and makes the catch for the second out of the inning. So now the 5-hitter Callahan's coming up, who's 0 for 2. And the first pitch is in there for a strike. And Glasnow just keeps cooking. Now up to 84 pitches with that one. Gets Callahan to check swing. But he went, and it counts 0-2. And this one is grounded to second. Tommy Evans able to sprint over, backhand it, and throw it to first for the third out of the inning. And another 1-2-3 for Tyler Glasnow, who's right now in the middle of the 80 pitch range. So we'll see what Dave Roberts decides to do, whether to hand the ball off to a middle reliever or to let Tyler have one more crack at these guys. Knowing Dave Roberts, he'll probably make a sub. That's just what he does. At the end of 7, it's the Dodgers 3 and Detroit 1. right, so Tanner Rainey's going to face Tommy Edman for the Dodgers. And the Dodgers would like to get a little more insurance at this point in the game, of course. Tanner Rainey, 2019 World Series champion with Washington Nationals. It's pitched in 5 games this year. Edmonds 0 for 3. Fielder's choice in the 5th inning. And he squares to bunt, but misses it. Dude, if you're going to square to bunt, bunt. I mean, unless you're trying to get in the pitcher's head. I mean, that's something that still happens sometimes in the major leagues. Of course, it happens a lot in Little League. Kids will wave that bat around to try to distract the pitcher. But usually, like in the case that Tommy Edman squared up, they're trying to lay it down. That's what it looked like. He just didn't do it. But the count to 0-2 to Edman. And this one's swung on. It's going to be shallow left center. And Clark runs up, and he's able to make the catch for the first out. So now Mookie Betts comes up, who's 0 for today. And his batting average, 238. First pitch just misses high for ball 1. Next pitch well inside, 2-0. Another one inside. So Mookie ahead in the count, looking for something he can drive. And he does here. He gets all of it and drives it all the way to the wall. And he's going to have a stand-up double. Actually, he's going to head first slide. He could have stood up if he wanted to. And some cheers for Freddie Freeman, who still has not hit a home run, but he's had a really good day at the plate today. Gotta take him for granted at first base too, just so solid. Well, come on up, Charlie. You want to you come up? Yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting. Dodgers are playing better today. Freddie has been as important as Teoscar Hernandez today in terms of the Dodgers getting runs on the board. Freddie's ahead in the count early. And as Rainey looks to second base and then throws home for a 2-0 count. Mookie not with a huge lead, especially because with a lefty at the plate and the infield shifted to our right, their left. Doesn't know precisely where the shortstop is behind him, and he doesn't want to get picked off. So Freddie's got a 3-0 count. And see if he's taken or he's looking for something he can drive. And he lets that one go. And it's called a strike, but boy, it looked like a ball. Freddie doesn't challenge, though. And he would have been justified in doing it. And that one definitely misses up top, and he walks. So Teoscar Hernandez, the hero of the moment, comes back up, and he's 2 for 3 today. Not just a 2-run home run, but a single before that contributed to the first run. And he's got another opportunity for an RBI or two with runners at first and second and only 1 out. Charlie came up to say hi to Alaska. And swings at that one. Count 1-1. And this one's a ball, and they throw down to second from home, trying to pick off Mookie. And not only is it not in time, it gets under the glove of the second baseman. He should have dug that. I mean, it wasn't a great throw, but man, I'd be upset if I was a Tiger fan. And since it goes into the outfield, Mookie's able to advance to third, and Freddie goes to second. So an even better opportunity. The runners advance 1 base, and there's 2 in scoring position now for Teoscar. And fouls that one off, making the count even at 2-2. And Max Muncy is on deck, getting loose, getting ready to pinch hit, and I presume insert himself at third base, which I pretty much expected at the start of the day. Ooh, and that one makes contact with the left forearm of Teoscar, so he's hit by a pitch. So he's going to first base, and now it's bases loaded. And so Max Muncy with a golden opportunity late in the game, which is usually when he hits best for some reason. I think Max, I should have looked this up by now. I think Max wears glasses. And there might be a little bit of an adjustment period for somebody that wears glasses. I mean, he wears shades. They're slightly tinted, but they look like they're prescription. And based on some of the things that's happened with him this year, I'm inclined to think that he wears glasses. Maybe that's part of the reason that, over time in a game, he adjusts and he's able to literally see things a little bit better. Adjust to the background, whatever stadium he's in, and see that contrast with the ball that's coming at him. But I love him being inserted at this point. Coming in the 6th spot. Bases loaded with 1 out in the top of the 8th. Now, that being said, the way that we scored our first run was by Miguel Rojas in this spot when we were all saying, go ahead and hit a sacrifice fly and let Freddie Freeman tag from third. Well, that's what Muncy should do. He shouldn't try to hit a home run necessarily. Check swing at that inside pitch. All to strike. Let's just get 1 run. So the throw home by Rainey. Oh, and it's wild. It's inside. Mookie's going to try to steal home. He comes home, and he's ahead of the tag with a head-first slide in the 4th run for the Dodgers. Good heads-up play by Mookie Betts. And still has good speed. Max Muncy still with an opportunity as the other two runners behind Max Muncy advance to second and third. And they're in scoring position with one out. This one is swung on, and he hits it through the hole into right field. And Max Muncy's going to drive home at least one run. One jogs home, and the other is going to be held at third base. So Max Muncy gets the job done with a single to right and another RBI as Freddie Freeman easily jogs across the plate. And now the Dodgers, with a little bit of rain starting to fall again, are up 5-1. And still only one out. Now the Dodgers have runners at the corners. Kyle Tucker comes up. He's 0 for 3, flied out in the sixth. Looks at the first pitch outside for ball one. And this one bounces and gets past Dingler again. Oh my gosh. I am sorry, Tigers fans. Another wild pitch slash dropped ball. The catcher was set up on the other side of the plate, but he's still got to be able to make that catch. I played catcher. I mean, there's no excuse. Of course, they didn't throw like the majors. I didn't play in the majors. But you got to be able to make that catch, especially in this situation where you know there's a threat of somebody coming home, and that's exactly what happened. So 2 wild pitches that bring home runs for the Dodgers, and now the score is 6-1. Tucker swings at that one and misses. Counts 2-1 to Tucker. And some boos. And Tiger fans rain down on Comerica. The pitch misses outside, and the count's 3-1. So Rainey having a nightmare in this inning. And that one misses well inside. Rainey kicks the dirt after he walks Tucker, and that's got to be it for him. Terrible trip to the mound for him. He slumps off. Nobody patting him and saying, good job, good try. And, you know, I'm on the catcher just because that's what I played, but the pitcher has to be aware of the situation too. He's got to be just a little more conservative in how he throws the ball, especially since the weather, I don't know if the weather has any impact on it. I don't know if the ball's wet at all. But he's got to be aware of the fact that if he throws one in the dirt, he can't guarantee that the catcher is going to be able to block it. And so 2 of those runs that came home on wild pitches are on the pitcher, of course, as much as they are on the catcher. And so now I'm going to take my big mug off and see if we can go to our command center, get a quick preview of who's going to come in relief. And yes, thank you, command center. Looks like it's going to be Kyle Finnegan. Finnegan's got a 3.31 ERA and a whip of 1.56, 2-0 on the season. And as you can see, he's going to face Kike Hernandez. And if you didn't know, because you're not a Dodgers fan especially, Kike is short for Enrique. See it right there. So Muncy and Tucker on base. And that pitch is fouled off for a strike. TK's 1 for 3 today. Batting .233 on the season now. I think last week he was at .215, so he's edged up a little bit, which is nice. Fouls that one off to the left dugout. (6-1) Dodgers at the top of the 8th. And still only 1 out after quite an eventful inning. Runners at first and second. An opportunity for Kike to drive another one home. And that one misses low. What we haven't seen, and it's unusual, I'm not superstitious, so I'm going to say this. We haven't seen the Dodgers hitting into double plays today, even though they lead the league with 111. (2-2) pitch on the way from Finnegan to Kike Hernandez. And that one was a fastball outside, and Kike, he acts like he wants to break his bat in half. And wags his tongue in his mouth from side to side. Has to march off to the dugout after that strikeout, and now Ben Rortvedt comes up, who's 1 for 3 today. That one hit has skyrocketed his batting average to 192. Two on, 2 out. And that one catches the bottom of the strike zone. That's 0-1. Rortvedt with a disastrous trip to the box last time, where Kike Hernandez was on first, and the Dodgers were trying to bunt him to second, and Ben Rortvedt fouled off the first bunt attempt. And Dave Roberts had him try again, and then he missed completely the second pitch. And that allowed the catcher to throw down to first, as Ben fouls that one off into the ground and into his leg. And so when he missed that second bunt attempt, the catcher was able to throw down and pick off the runner, but that made him a little bit too confident, if you will, because he also tried to pick off Mookie Betts at second, which is saying something. You got to have a really, really strong arm and a lot of confidence to try to do that. And it ended up backfiring as the ball skipped under the glove of the second baseman and went into the outfield. And both runners advanced. (1-2) pitch on the way from Finnegan to Rortvedt. Way outside. Counts even, 2-2. So, Finnegan trying to end this inning before Shohei Ohtani comes up, who's on deck. And the pitch to Ben. Swung on and missed. Strike 3 ends the inning. And now Shohei is going to lead off the top of the 9th. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th first, and the Dodgers bring in a couple more, thanks in part to the sloppy defensive play on the mound and behind the plate from the Detroit Tigers. And the score is 6-1. So scoring 6 runs today is kind of a relief. We'll see who the Dodgers bring out in relief now that Tyler Glasnow is done for the day and really had a outstanding outing and really mixed things up and worked quickly on people. Got them to swing early, had some punch outs. It was a nice mix. And was able to go to the dugout and be done for the day before he was in the 90s in terms of pitch count. And it looks like Hurt's going to come out in relief for the beginning of this 8th inning. And hopefully he does not give up any damage. But in addition to those errors defensively by the Detroit Tigers, the Dodgers have looked a little more disciplined and patient at the plate. And, I think I agree with Johnson. I think, as hard as we are on Shohei, he's probably in pain on some level. And that's one of the reasons that we said before. He supposedly has some soreness, and who knows to what degree. That's a very vague way of describing pain, but he has some soreness at his knee and also his bicep, and so that probably affects him. But at the same time, I mean, if you're not technically injured and you're able to play, there's going to be all kinds of guys playing with pain, especially as we get further and further to the end of this regular season and get into the playoffs. And he's not going to make any excuses, that's for sure. So McKinstry comes up, who's 0 for 2 today, batting .214. And Hurt starts him with a ball. The next pitch bounces for ball 2. Make them do the work, Hurt. Don't be trying to dance around the strike zone. Go after some people, please. Middle relievers, really even closer, is where I get nervous with the Dodgers now. That one misses high, 3-0. And the next pitch is in there for Hurt's first strike. So the 3-1 pitch, nicely placed by Hurt on the inside edge of the strike zone, and McKinstry fouls it off the skinny part of the bat for strike 2. That one right down the middle of the plate and fouled off. Counts full. And that one was a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Fouled off, and McKinstry stays alive. And the full count pitch is grounded right underneath Kyle Hurt. Mookie Betts. The 3D just glitched and Mookie Betts disappeared off the screen because he had made such an amazing play and the 3D didn't know how to interpret it. So he ran all the way to his left and got to the ball, did a complete 360 spin, and then delivered the throw in time for the out to Freddie Freeman. Wow, what a play. So the 7-hitter Lee comes up with quite an adventurous put out by Mookie Betts. Feeling good after he hit that double. And Lee in the 7th spot is 0 for 2 today. And that pitch is low. And Hurt is falling behind early. First two batters, 3-0, 3-0. And that one's right in the middle for a strike. And that one, another strike, and fouled into the ground by Lee, and now the count's full again. 2 3-0 starts. And followed by 2 strikes. See if Hurt's able to get the out again. Although really, Mookie Betts stole a hit from the last batter. And nope, walks a guy. The last thing you should be doing, especially when you have a lead. Make them hit the ball, dude. So 1 out, 1 on. And Max Clark comes up in the 8th spot. He's 0 for 2 today. Hurt's been way too inconsistent this year. And I don't know if we're just like trying to rest the guys who've really surged in the middle reliever roster. We have guys better than Hurt. So I guess with a 5-run lead, I mean, if you're going to play Hurt, now's the time. Otherwise, it's like, when do you ever pitch him, right? 5-run lead against not a very good team. But the Dodgers are on the horn to the bullpen and getting somebody loose. And Evan Phillips is getting loose in the bullpen. And that one's not close. That's low. 2-0. So Hurt, a ball throwing machine, not in a good way. And the next pitch is called a ball, and the catcher challenges right away. Can he be right 3 times against this umpire? He is. Rortvedt is owning this umpire today. Outstanding job behind the plate all day by him. And he got a hit. Raised his average almost to 200. That one is swung on and fouled. I mean, Rortvedt has successfully challenged the umpire 3 times, turning balls into strikes. Worked his butt off blocking bad pitches. Thrown a guy out at second trying to steal. Grabs that one as Hurt gets Clark to chase. Clark would like to have that one back. Holy smokes. That was not a good strikeout by him. And now with 1 on, there's 2 out. So you can see the whole defense shifting to the other side as the righty, batting 9th, Baez, comes up. Dodgers getting closer. Inching closer. Taking this series from the Detroit Tigers. Baez is 0 for 2 today. And that one's high. What else is new? The best predictor of the future is the past. Hurt just continues to throw balls to start these at bats. That one just clips the top of the strike zone. It's a 2-1 to Baez. And that one's way high. Baez chased 100%. Fouled it back and out of play to the right. So now the count is 2-2. 2 outs and a runner at first. And this one is chopped to Mookie Betts. Should not be trouble after that great play he made in the earlier part of the inning. And it's not. And 3 away. And at the end of 8, it's the Dodgers 6 trying to close out Detroit, who has 1 run. So Shohei Ohtani set to come up and looking for his first hit of the day. Out of sorts, probably sore, if not injured on some level. And we appreciate everybody that's joined us today. We appreciate you hitting that subscribe button and becoming a part of the LA Press Box community. We're a new channel, and that'll help you find us again in the near future. Continue to cover Dodgers baseball and expand to football now that the football season is underway. Although we're focused on LA sports, so none of the LA football teams played this weekend. We did have the start of college football. You had some games across the country yesterday, but next weekend UCLA football has their first game. And of course we'll be covering the Rams and the Chargers as the season unfolds. Appreciate the people that have been here for the entire game, especially because there was almost a 1-hour rain delay to start. If I could, I'd give you some likes. So Shohei Ohtani comes up. He's facing Jacob Wagasback, who's pitched in 24 games this year. He's got an ERA of 2.59. See if Ohtani's stepping way out of the batter's box as he swings and pulling his head again. Really count as 1-1. Now that one he was a little more patient. And does he end up falling away to his right? Yes, but the question is timing and to what degree. If you've been with us throughout today, you've seen some times where he's swung and he's completely spun around and faced the camera looking at us. That one looked a little bit more disciplined and under control. And that one's outside. And the next pitch, right down the middle for strike 3. He just looks at it. But whether you're in pain or not, I mean, that doesn't affect your decision making, generally speaking. Unless it's severe pain, and enough in baseball where you wouldn't be playing. Right? Other sports are a little bit different, play with different levels of pain. but he just marches back to the dugout after going 0 for 5 today. Now Tommy Edman comes up. Batting left to see the ball better from a right-hander, and he swings and flies this one just to left center and at the edge of the warning track, but caught for the second out. And Tommy's over 5 today. So the number 1 and number 2 hitters, 0 for 10 for the Dodgers today. And now Mookie Betts, who was over, he roped that double in the last inning and hustled home for a run on a wild pitch from third base. Mookie's 1 for 4, and he's batting .240 on the season. No rain at this point. And that one just clips the inside corner of the strike zone, 1-1. And that one misses low, counts 3-1. And that one's in a good spot, and Mookie gets a hold of it, but he hits it straight to the left fielder. Good contact by Mookie, so that's good to see. I know there's no moral victories, but there is such a thing as having good at-bats. And that was a decent one, a good swing, good contact. Much better than the early part of the game for Mookie, where he started pretty disciplined. He took the first pitch of his first at-bat today, so I think he just had that mindset coming in, and it's paid off a little bit. But now we're going to go to the bottom of the ninth, and the Detroit Tigers have 3 outs left. Try to make a run at this one. Currently behind 6-1 to the Dodgers. And it looks like the Dodgers are going to let Halverson get the opportunity to close this one out. So let's take a look at Halverson real quick like. Command Center should have him already, and it does. So he's got an ERA that's much higher than you would want to see, 4.29, and a whip of 1.81. So almost like with Kyle Hurt, it's like they're giving him the opportunity when there's some cushion for error with a 5-run lead. But they would not, I don't think, if the game was close at this point. Halverson has a bad ratio of strikeouts to walks, so pretty much even, 17 strikeouts, 16 walks. And you know, each of these players has their own story. And this would be, I would think this would be kind of a pressure situation, right? When you are given the opportunity to close a game and you haven't pitched particularly well, if you give up a couple of runs here, how are they going to trust you for any situations that matter against some of the better teams in the league or the playoffs? I mean, I certainly can't say whether he's playing for a roster spot or not, but can't perform the way that he has and stay on the roster. So he's got to take advantage of this opportunity. It's facing the top of the order. Torres is 1 for 3 today. And he gets Torres to pop up there. And Tommy Edmonds running into shallow center. And he's able to make that catch rather than letting Kike come up and make it, which would be easier normally. So now Colton Keith comes up, who does not have a hit today. And the Tigers are down to their final 2 outs. That one's outside. And the pitch grounded to second. This one's also going to Tommy Edman. A lot easier for him. Picks it up right away and throws to Freddie Freeman for the second out of the inning. And the Dodgers are 1 out away from clinching this series. Up to McGonigal to keep it going. He's 1 for 3 today. And he's batting .277 on the season. Fouls that one back. And this one is swung on and it's hit to center field. And Kike Hernandez runs to his left and makes the catch to end the game as well as the series. And so the Dodgers get a much needed win and a little better run production, which is great, as you'll see here in the post-game box score. But really the 2 highlights of the day from an offensive standpoint, because that's where our attention goes first, is Freddie Freeman being very productive at the plate, and Teoscar Hernandez hitting a 2-run home run, which was well overdue. Had not hit a home run since August 3rd. But Shohei Ohtani really struggling, as we said a little bit ago. Shohei 0 for 5 and Tommy Edman 0 for 5, as you can see over there on the far left of your screen. And so the top 2 hitters going 0 for 10 is not a way to get over on most teams. Fortunately, though, the Dodgers did just enough, and so did the Tigers, frankly. When bases were loaded, they had 2 different wild pitches that went to the backstop and allowed 2 runs to come home as the Dodgers crossed the plate. The first one by Mookie Betts when he had a headfirst slide in time. But Freddie Freeman, with technically 2 at-bats, had 2 hits, drew a walk, and was responsible for 3 runs. Teoscar Hernandez, not looking good at the plate overall, but got a hold of one, and you got to give him credit for that. Miguel Rojas got the start. I hope he gets to start again the next game, and I hope he starts on a regular basis, but I'm not going to beat that drum anymore for the people that have been hearing me say that a lot. Kyle Tucker, a little more disciplined at the plate, but still, of course, not producing anywhere near where we would want to see him. Kike Hernandez getting the start in center field. I think that was a good choice, and I hope they do that as well. And Will Smith might rejoin the Dodgers as early as next week, but we won't be able to see until we see him in the lineup. Shohei Ohtani still apparently has enough soreness where the Dodgers are not going to look at putting him on the mound anytime soon. As far as Tyler Glasnow goes, outstanding outing today. He pitched 7 innings, only gave up 2 hits, and had a number of ways of getting out the Tigers' batters, 6 strikeouts, only 1 walk, and a good job by Kyle Hurt and Seth Halverson to close it out with relatively good amount of breathing room. So the Dodgers end up scoring 6 runs on 9 hits. The Tigers had 1 on 2 hit and had 1 error. And the Dodgers now get a little bit of take a deep breath, have something positive to work on. Although some of these Dodgers really have to get back to work and trying to make some adjustments so that their offensive production is much higher, especially against some of the better teams in the league. Thanks again to everybody that was with us all throughout the broadcast today, especially the people that were patient as there was a rain delay. Appreciate all of the likes, the comments in the chat, as well as people subscribing so you can find us again easy this coming week. The new channel is off to a good start and appreciate that you guys are along for the ride. That's it for us. Have a great rest of your Sunday, everybody.